Heavy rain hits the Ottawa area as Archer's stablemates, Meadow Branch Noble and I'm a Stand-Up Guy, resume their rivalry for RCR's top trotter title.
Outside first over, that's red carpet ready for Jacques Baudouin, caught in the pocket, Run Baby, going 3 wide from the back of the field, Run for the Money, and they're hunting down Lions Shining down the stretch, Lions Shining on the inside, Run Baby to her inside, in the middle of the pack, red carpet ready, and widest of all, Run for the Money, it's going to be Run Baby, just ahead of red carpet ready. It looked like Lions Shining for show, 2 minutes and 3/5 tickets. Now in the Rideau winner's circle, that's Run Baby, a 4-year-old bay mare by He's Watching out of Jama, owned by breeder Michel Nolette of Princeville, Quebec, trained by Marc-André Simoneau. And that's her second win in her 4th seasonal start. Run Baby. Race 1 is now official. 3 at 3/4, and Donna Tover continues to lead the way. The stretch looms ahead, and Monk is coming first over. Okehele looking for room up the inside. Donna Tover getting asked by Robbie Robinson, still coming on the outside. Monk and Donna Tover going to hold off the challenger by about a half length. Up for third, Eyes of Justice ahead of Okehele in 1:57.1. Hanover, out of Anonyme, Hanover, owned and trained by John McMillan of Odessa, Ontario. Bred by Hanover Shoe Farms of Hanover, Pennsylvania, and driven to victory by Robbie Robinson. That's the 3rd win this season in the 21st 2024 start of Donna Tover. Congratulations, John and Robbie. And Donna Tover. Moving to the rear here, and 3/4 was reached all alone by front striding Stomper Tom, 128 flat. Stomper Tom versus the clock as Ryan Guy gives him urging down the stretch, keeping him on task. That's Stomper Tom stomping them all this afternoon. The battle is just for place between MVP's Daughter, who's second, up for show March 7, and fourth was Sequence Hanover, 159.3. Owned by Philippe and Wade Toussignon of Cardinal, Ontario, bred by Cynthia Graham and William Wolfrey of Warkworth, Ontario, trained by Mike Armstrong, and Flyin' Ryan Guy gets the win with Stomper Tom, who takes a new lifetime mark here of 159.3 in his 2nd win of the year. Congratulations. And CrossFit behind I'm a Stand-Up Guy, looking to go wide for the stretch drive, needing some racing room here. War We Exalt on the inside with the plugs now pulled. Flyin' Ryan Guy asking him, War We Exalt coming up the inside, and now he's gone past Meadow Branch Noble for another victory on the class jump. A very close finish for place there. There was a place photo. Unofficial results are now posted with 3, War We Exalt, a winning 3-2 favorite for Ryan Guy, second in the place photo. 5, I'm a Stand-Up Guy, third, 2, CrossFit, and finishing 4th was the 4, Meadow Branch Noble. Results remain unofficial. In 1, 2, 3/4, they're coming after Conquest, Sealster, and Guy Gagnon down the stretch, putting away the threat of Mythic Gambler. Now the danger is American Frontier. American Frontier to his outside, Mythic Gambler coming on, but American Frontier makes his Rideau debut a winning one. Ahead of Mythic Gambler, up for show was All-Star Cheddar, 154.4. Everett of Lebanon, Kentucky, and driven to the win by Pascal Berube. That's the second seasonal win for American Frontier, and he matches his seasonal best, 1:54.4. Congratulations. Louis and trying to get involved as well. That's Time to Dancing, but he's pretty far back. Sun Chip trying to hold off the others. Sun Chip leads by 2, coming on late. Party Vibes up the inside, and it's going to be Sun Chip, but a close one for place. Coming up the inside, Time to Dancing versus Party Vibes. 1:55 flat. Fort Hope and Steve McGill of Bewdley, Ontario, bred by Levon Miller of Topeka, Indiana. Sun Chip is now the official winner of race 6. That's his first win of 2024 in his 18th start of the season in a seasonal best 1:55 flat. Congratulations. Right now, BBC King 1:30.3. Hercules is coming down the lane, chased by Cleveland You Bet on the outside. Napoleon Hill getting some urging on the inside from Robbie Robinson, chasing to the wire. It's between Hercules on his outside, Cleveland You Bet. Hercules pulls away from Cleveland You Bet, and Napoleon Hill for show in 2:01.3. Now in the Rideau Carleton Winners Circle, it's Hercules winning from post 8, only the second trotter this year to do so at this track. He's a 3-year-old chestnut gelding by Looks Like a Chippendale out of Noblesse, owned by Écurie Provocante of Mirabel, Quebec, bred by Écurie Provocante, trained by Maxime Vellet, and driven to his second consecutive victory from Stéphane Brosseau. Point was reached in 1:26.3 with everybody coming after. Beach Journey, who looks to journey down the stretch on the front end, keeping open lengths ahead of Next Best Company. But on the outside, Alessandra is coming on late up the inside. Beauty is Blind has found a late speed. It's a battle between those two, and Beach Journey prevails over Next Best. Beauty is Blind. Coming back to the Rideau Carleton Winners Circle, a place with which she's very familiar, is official winner 5, Beach Journey. She's an 8-year-old bay mare by Net 10 Eom out of Diva du Jour, owned by Écurie Guy Gagnon Incorporated with Frédéric Gagnon of Gatineau, Quebec. Beach Journey is bred by Nathan Eicher of Spencerville, Indiana, and trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. Very happy Winner's Circle. That's the 3rd seasonal win for Beach Journey. And leader Lori Merchandise, they round the turn for home, and it's Lori Merchandise continuing to lead the way. Still coming All-Star Ballerina. Also coming late is Best Girl in Town. It's a battle to the wire and a very tight decision between Lori Merchandise and All-Star Ballerina. Race 9 is now official, and winner number 4, Lori Merchandise, is back in the Rideau Carleton Winners Circle for her 2nd seasonal victory. She's a 3-year-old bay filly by Sports Writer out of Dulce-Seelster, owned and trained by breeder Ketcha Leclerc of Mirabel, Quebec, and driven to the win by Stéphane Pouliot in 1:59 flat. 3/4 in 1:28.1, and still brewing behind them. Wild Dream Men isn't done yet. Spicy Redhead has some late kick, but they're chasing Show Me the Magic, who pulls ahead of Southwind Russian. Still coming Wild Dream Men, and also that's Mystic out there chasing for 3rd. Spicy Redhead but it's Show Me the Magic over Mystic and Spicy Redhead, 158 and 2. Thursday at Rideau Carleton Raceway started off rainy, but it was a sunny afternoon for Donna Tover, who was the winner in race 2 for owner-trainer John McMillan and driver Robbie Robinson. The 3-5 favorite went back-to-back and got his second consecutive win. This was his third win of the year and his 21st start of the season. Join us again on Saturday at the track for Tammy Forgey's handicapping contest. Free to enter and a jackpot that has now reached $1,700. We'll be back with live racing Sunday at 6:30 p.m. Join us.
These are the top drivers at Rideau Carleton Raceway. Live from the nation's capital, Ottawa, Ontario, Rideau Carleton Raceway embarks on its 62nd year of racing.
Rideau Carleton Entertainment Center. Make it your place to make it your place. Make it your place to play.
Good evening and welcome to Rideau Carleton Raceway for tonight's 10 race card. It's race night 19 of the 2024 meet. First post coming up at 6:30 p.m. Track condition is currently good with a 1-second variant. Conditions are overcast. A temperature of 17 degrees Celsius, 63 Fahrenheit. Winds are from the west at 19 kilometers per hour, 12 miles per hour. Humidity is 78%. We've got a strong card coming up tonight with some familiar faces and some rising stars. And right now, we've got changes. No changes in race 1. In race 2, the 4, Bad Apple, goes from blind bridle to open. That's the 4, Bad Apple, in race 2, blind to open. In race 3, the 2, Horizon Sealster, Marie-Claude Auger will not be driving. The driver is still to be announced on the 2 in race 3. Moving on to race 4, the 2, Aladdin, goes from blinkers to open bridle. That's the 2, Aladdin, in race 4. No changes in race 5. In race 6, we have an equipment change on 3, Lost in the Moment. Remove the Can't See Back and add blinkers. Remove Can't See Back bridle on 3, Lost in the Moment, and add blinkers in race 6. There are no changes in race 7. No changes in race 8. No changes in race 9. And no changes in race 10. Those of you who play the Rideau Carleton on-track Saturday night handicapping contest will be interested to hear that the jackpot continues to build. There's no winner this Saturday night past, so the jackpot has now reached $1,800, and that's Tammy Forgey's handicapping contest. She's the ringmaster there, so we hope you'll join us on track next Saturday evening to take part in that contest. Also, Tammy Forgey had an impressive run with a certain horse, a certain pacer here at Rideau Carleton, and on tonight's Worth Remembering, a look back on Told on You. I've just received word that the track condition has been upgraded to fast. A fast track to start the card in about 25 minutes. Hello and welcome to Rideau Carleton Raceway this Sunday, June 9th. We have got 10 live races coming up at 6:30 p.m. post time. I'm Melissa Keith, track announcer and handicapper.
I'm Robbie Robinson, trainer-driver.
So let's get into race one. I think 88 Fingers Louie has a great chance from the rail here, and he's making the quick turnaround. And the last time Ryan Guy had him at this level, they won at 11-1 last November.
I think he has a good shot. He's got the rail to work with this time. Other horses that I like Saska Bush Steve, but he's going to have to work out a good trip, or BS Terrific. He was very good in his last start and moves down just slightly in class.
2 more closers.
Yeah.
So what about race 2? We've got some stars here, some emerging stars, very good young horses. And this one, Betts Beach, post 3, race 2, has certainly been nothing but impressive so far, winning in 2 completely different kind of trips, front end and then off the pace.
Yeah, I don't think she can get beat in here, or he can get beat in here again. I like behind maybe Bad Apple. Century Jazz kind of rebounded his last time out, and Walk Off Z-Tam has been a solid third both his last starts, so could maybe be part of it.
Yeah, same horses for me. And race 3, so here's one where you definitely have an opinion. Post 8, not ideal, but Bitcoin Hanover is making his pari-mutuel debut. He qualified great here last Sunday.
Yeah, he was very good. He was the fastest colt in North America for 2 days. He's still the fastest colt in Canada for this week.
156 and 2.
Yeah. I got options. I think I don't want to come off sounding like this, but I think he's much the best in there. But anything can happen. It's a horse race. This horse, the Wicked one last time in Three Rivers, looked like it got challenged pretty good the last half, and fought the horse off just to get beat on the end of it. Battle of York's always close. Wild and Crazy's been improving, and DA Captain Obvious was a good second last time off a perfect trip.
It seems to me to come down to those 2, though. Yours, the 8, Bitcoin Hanover, and 4, the Wicked one in the second start for Marc-Andre Simoneau. He was a beaten 6-5 favorite there at Hippodrome 3R, so we'll see how he does. Good luck to you. And then race 4, we've got the Lightspeed coming back after a bit of a break. And then Light the Torch from post 4 won the preferred handicap for the first time May 26th when the Lightspeed wasn't here. So what's your take on that?
The Lightspeed was off 3 weeks now. And I'm thinking Jet Rock's been close every time. Last time he had poor cover and closed up good. I'm going to go with Jet Rock over Lightspeed, and maybe Light the Torch or Aladdin could be a little bit closer. Maybe he's going to be a little bit tighter. I thought off the trip last week that he would be a winner, but he wasn't.
Yeah, hard to believe. Beaten favorite too, Aladdin from post 2. He might be worth playing back here. Race 5 is interesting as well. We've got Sobble Amber, who seems to have run out of competition with the mares for the moment. Post 2 against the boys here, and some good ones like Smiling Billy the Kid from post 3, who's been winning from all kinds of post positions.
Yeah, she doesn't get too far back, which she shouldn't out of the 2 hole. She's going to be tough to beat. But Smiling Billy the Kid has been racing awesome. The only trip on he got beat in the preferred, and I think he just sat on the rail. He knew he was in tough and just give him an easy trip. So, and I like Monty's Gone Marble with the rail. He's going to get a good trip out of it, I think.
That's my top 3 as well. So Sobble Amber could be breaking the gender boundary there, I guess you could say, if she beats Smiling Billy the Kid. But he's got a great post too, so shaping up for a good race. Race 7, speaking of exciting matchups, the 6 Sports Activator coming back after that OSS Grassroots win at Western Fair. He's now the fastest in Canada, fastest 3-year-old pacing colt on a 5/8 mile and half-mile track this year.
Yeah, I think he'd be pretty tough to beat in here. I hate to say this, but I'm going to say it. Springbridge Jim with the rail.
Yeah.
Robert Shepard's back on. If he's on his game, he can give him all he wants. Skylar was a little bit better in the last Rockin' Zeus. He made a break on me last time, so he's got to stay flat. But
Yeah.
he's a contender for part of it. And repeal and replace, well, he needs to behave. He's a bad actor. And
He's kind of
he's
like
gotta mind his
Springbridge
manners.
Jim, though. He's confusing because he's either really good or you don't know what
Yeah.
you're going to get.
For
So
sure.
Sports Activator might be the more dependable one
Yeah.
here, I think.
Coming off 3 in a row. so-
Yeah. And speaking of win streaks, race 8, Carson's star choice. He's been excellent here since joining Guy Gagnon. Do you go back to him from the rail in race 8, or maybe
Yeah,
the
I think-
Colt from post 3?
No, I think I'm going to go with Carson's star
Yeah.
choice. He's looked winning so easy the last 2 starts, and
Yeah.
he looked well in hand. I don't think the class hike's going to hurt him at all. I like Jaden's Magic Steel. He's maybe going to get a trip from there. The Colt, and we're waiting for Dylan's Bank to rebound.
Yeah, that would be nice to see, but I don't have him here on top. Sometimes he'll surprise, but I think this one belongs to Carson's star choice. And speaking of returns and comebacks, let's discuss race 9. He's got a Vendetta coming back, and that's a very familiar name. He's got post 4 here. He was excellent here last year for John McMillan and Stéphane Brassot, but not so much at Miami Valley. He broke on April 30th and didn't do much down there.
Yeah, I know that John gets well with this horse. Very good. I qualified him one time for him. He was very nice, and I drove him another time, and he was very good. I liked the horse. The only thing that scares me, the break of the last start, and he's been off since April 30th. I went here with what's in the esky.
From the
Back to-
rail,
back
yeah.
with Pouliot up. And it's not a overly tough class, but I picked, he's got a Vendetta for second. I like Lancaster Bomber. He was flying his last start on the end of it. And Lockaber, if he stays flat, another horse I've drove before, has a lot of talent, but he's a little funny.
He's got Guy Gagnon there, doesn't he?
Yeah, that helps.
The other one that caught my eye last week was the 7, Alessandra. And she's got Ryan Guy driving for the first time. She was absolutely flying late and up against Beach Journey, so some very tough mares. Not a great post, but that's a competitive
Yeah.
race.
But a mare and against them those ones, that's...
We'll see. We'll find out soon. So that's our take on tonight's card. Anything else to add, Robbie?
Nope.
Nope. How's the track out there?
No, it was very good. I warmed up for the qualifiers. The track was very good. As long as the weather holds up, should be a good night.
And hopefully a good night for everyone playing the card. Good luck with your wagers.
Did you know there are over 80 horses that are cared for and trained here at the Rideau Carleton backstretch?
No live races? We still got you covered. Watch and wager on races all across North America 7 days a week. How much does it cost to play? It's free. Why would you pay to play?
Enjoy all your favorite comfort foods.
without missing a race.
Open 7 days a week. Horse racing at Rideau Carleton. So much more than live.
We're about 15 minutes away from race 1 post time. The track has been upgraded to fast. We have some driver changes to report. In race 1, the 2, Woodmere Gaelic, changed the driver from Robert Shepard to Guy Gagnon. That's on the 2 Woodmere Gaelic. Guy Gagnon catch drives in race 1. Also in race 1, the 3 Probert's Legacy make the catch driver Michel Legacy on 3 Probert's Legacy instead of Pascal Berube in race 1. In race 2, the 4 Bad Apple changed the driver from Robert Shepard to Guy Gagnon. That's in race 2. Guy Gagnon will catch drive for Bad Apple. And in race 3, the 2 Horizon Sealster changed the driver from Marie-Claude Auger to the trainer Claude Cadieux. That's 2 Horizon Sealster in race 3 will be driven by trainer Claude Cadieux. There were 3 qualifiers that began at 5 p.m. today. In the first, number 1, Fear the Thunder, was a front-end winner by 5 1/4 lengths over Peaches and Whiskey in 2:01 for trainer-driver Robbie Robinson. Fear the Thunder is a 2-year-old bay colt by Fear the Dragon out of Rest of Hanover, owned by William Beecham of Calabogie, Robbie Robinson of Metcalfe, and Gavin Christie of Perth, Ontario. In the second qualifier, this one for trotters, Kinder First Class came on late to win in 2 minutes and 3 seconds and 4/5, 2:03 and 4, by a head over Northern Professor. Kinder First Class is a 3-year-old bay filly by Muscle Mass out of Majestic Joy, trained and driven by Stefan Pouliot, owned and bred by Denitsa Petrova of Melbourne, Quebec. And in the third qualifier on the pace, 1 Darlene's Angel, wired and won by 6 1/3 lengths in 1:57 and 3 over All My Wishes. Darlene's Angel, a 2-year-old bay filly by Better Than Cheddar out of A Lady with Power, trained by Vic Putty, driven by Jimmy Gagnon, owned by Michelle Morocco of Livonia, Michigan. I guess it's Michael Morocco of Livonia, Michigan, with Vic Putty, Mountain, and Lloyd Stone, Portland, Ontario. Take note, those times were all with a 1-second variant on the good track we had earlier. The track has since been upgraded to fast. With post time coming up in 11 minutes for race 1, we're going to take a look at some of the options for wagering here. There's exactor, triactor, superfecta, and daily double betting available. And the current favorite at odds of 6-5 is number 3, Probert's Legacy. That's Glenn Pearson's top selection. He likes Bees Terrific in the place spot, Sunny Bow for 3rd, and 88 Fingers Louie for 4th. Take note of the driver change on 3, Probert's Legacy, who goes from Pascal Berube to Michel Legacy here. I like 88 Fingers Louis from the rail on top for owner, trainer, driver Ryan Guy. And for second, I'm going with Saskabush Steve, another fast closer with some class relief here. For third, Bees Terrific. Speaking of fast closers, that got him a win on May 30th. Note that that was for Ryan Guy, who's now driving the 88 Fingers Louis. To complete my superfecta, the front end loving number 6, Sonny Bow. He's got his hands full here with a lot of closers in this 6-horse field. Things have changed somewhat here with the 2, Woodmere Gaelic, going from driver Robert Shepard to Guy Gagnon in a late driver change. That may be something to factor in. Current favorite at even money is 3, Probert's Legacy. This one also with the driver change, as noted, from Pascal Berube to Michel Legacy. We'd like to thank Jeff Taylor and the track crew for doing a great job to get the surface upgraded to fast in time for race 1. We did have some rain earlier. It's cleared up in time for the races, and the track has dried out and been helped along the way by Jeff and his team. We're about 6 minutes away from post time for race 1, and favoritism has shifted to the 2, Woodmere Gaelic. This one has been improving for driver Ryan Guy, who's driving his own horse here, the 88 Fingers Louis. And Woodmere Gaelic picks up a late driver change of interest with Guy Gagnon in the sulky. He has 1 win this season, Woodmere Gaelic, but getting some support here Currently 2-1 co-favorite with the 3, Probert's Legacy, the other race 1 horse with a driver change from Pascal Berube to Michel Legacy. We're definitely feeling good about the improved weather conditions in time for tonight's card, and we welcome back the people to enjoy the picnic tables here trackside. Thursday wasn't the best for that, although it improved over the course of the card, and we're starting off with a nice fast track for race 1 tonight. On tonight's Worth Remembering, Tammy Forgy had a tremendous run with Rags to Riches story Told on You about 15 years ago. Tammy had to use unconventional shoeing methods to make him the horse he was. Tonight on Worth Remembering, please enjoy watching Told on You win for Tammy and Kyle Forgy.
Is Majestic Crombie in between horses. Told on You. Down at the rail in third, Summer Bliss. It's about 6 back to Ardine Ace, followed by Artistic Topaz, Reacting Good Way, and Ironstone Artful got back on the pace and has caught up to the rest of the field, but they're all very gapped out as this early speed battle, 26-3 to the opening quarter. It was put up by Majestic Crombie, who just takes over the lead now. Down and along the rails, Summer Bliss, followed by Told on You. Tightening up there is Ardine Ace, then it's Artistic Topaz. The final two are React in a Good Way and Ironstone Artful, and now the backfield motion begins, sensing that the leaders might be softened up here. First one to fire on the way to the half is Told on You for Forgy. The half in 55-1. It's Majestic Crombie setting the tempo here. Told on You now up to the wheel disc, down at the rail in third, Summer Bliss, gapped off the cover, second over, Ardine Ace, down at the rail, Artistic Topaz, third out to React in Good Way, and the trailer is Ironstone Artful on the way to three quarters. It's a battle between Majestic Crombie and Told on You. Just the neck separates them, the three quarters in 1:23-2, and the battle continues. On the outside, trying to take a measure, is Told on You. A hard-used Majestic Crombie is trying to hang on from the backfield, React in Good Way, and Ironstone Artful. They make the turn for home, and moving ahead now is Told on You, trying to draw clear. It's Told on You, a late charge by Ironstone Artful. Told on You hangs on by 3/4 of a length over Ironstone Artful, getting up there late. Artistic Topaz, 153-1.
An excellent Worth Remembering suggested by John McMillan. That one going all the way back to Sunday, May 30th, 2010, if you're wondering about the video quality, which has improved since then. But a good horse is a good horse, and Told on You, certainly a good winner there in 153-1 for Tammy and Kyle Forgy. Post parade should be coming out shortly for race 1. Many changes to the betting board as the 6 Sunny Bow is now the 2-1 favorite for trainer driver Stefan Pouliot. This one more of a front end loving horse, and he has had 3 wins already this meet in that fashion. May was a little tougher, encountering some late speed. This is also a race with some strong closers, but Sunny Bow, he may be able to fight them off. That's what his supporters are counting on. He's 8-5 favorite now from post 6, Sunny Bow. While we welcome fans of all ages to watch from the picnic tables trackside, we'd like to advise parents that their children should not be sitting on the fence or going in the winner's circle, please. No kids on the fence or the winner's circle. You can view the horses trackside, get a great view, take pictures. Thank you. Here comes the race 1 post parade. These are non-winners of $2,000 in their last 5 starts, or in 2024, also eligible $10,500 claimers. They race for a purse of $6,000. One is 88 Fingers Louie, owned, trained, and driven by Ryan Guy. Two is Woodmere Gaelic, owned by Antonio DeMario with Antonio Belfiore, trained by Steve Belisle, and note the driver change from Robert Shepard to Guy Gagnon. Guy Gagnon catch driving the 2 Woodmere Gaelic. Three is Probert's Legacy, owned by Desjardins Noro Stable with trainer Marc-André Simoneau. Note the driver change here from Pascal Berube to Michel Legacy on 3 Probert's Legacy. Four is Bees Terrific, owned by Gina Bragagnolo with trainer Yves Tessier, driven by Jimmy Gagnon. 5 is Saskabush Steve, owned by trainer Alain Martin and driven by Mike Healy. Completing the field from post 6 is Sunny Bow, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. That's your field for race 1. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Daily Double wagering available this race. We're taking a look at 88 Fingers Louie, who's my top choice here. From the rail for owner, trainer, driver, Ryan Guy. 88 Fingers Louie won at this classification back on November 26th, which is significant. It's the last time he raced in this class, and he won at odds of 11-1 on that occasion. He gets some post relief here. He trailed much of the mile Thursday and came on late in the field's co-fastest closing quarter of 28-4. Moving in from post 7 to the rail, 88 Fingers Louie has captured the attention of more than just myself. He's the 3-2 favorite at the moment. If you're playing the early daily double, take note that in race 2, the 4, Bad Apple, goes from blind to open bridle. And he also has a driver change from Robert Shepard to Guy Gagnon. That's in the second leg of the early double for Bad Apple in race 2. The starter has called the field for race 1. Last chance to wager here on the early double. As the field assembles behind the gate. 1 is 88 Fingers Louie, Ryan Guy driving. 2, Woodmere Gaelic for Guy Gagnon. 3, Probert's Legacy, Michel Legacy. 4, Bees Terrific, Jimmy Gagnon. 5, Saskabush Steve, Mike Healy. And 6, Sunny Bow for Stéphane Pouliot. They're on the turn and lined up for the start of race 1. The field is on the backstretch. And they're off and pacing, leaving 3 wide. That's Bees Terrific in the middle of the track. He's taking back now to 3rd as 88 Fingers Louie takes control, sitting the pocket early. That's Woodmere Gaelic, and Woodmere Gaelic is definitely going to tuck in. He looked like he'd come first over for a moment. Settling third now, Probert's Legacy. And then further back behind him, we've got Bees Terrific. They pass the opening quarter in a 29 flat, and the field is in single file procession past the grandstand the first time, led by Ryan Guy and 88 Fingers Louie. Second, Woodmere Gaelic. Third is Probert's Legacy. Behind him, Saskabush Steve is fourth, taking back to second last after the early move. Bees Terrific. Continuing to trail this field is Sunny Bow as they head towards the halfway point. Here comes movement. Stepping out now from fourth to come first over, Saskabush Steve, 58 and 3 to the half. A 29 and 3 second panel. 88 Fingers Louie still controlling the pace here with Woodmere Gaelic breathing down the neck of Ryan Guy. Parked first over in third, Saskabush Steve. Fourth along the cones, Probert's Legacy. Second over and moving in fifth now, Sunny Bow. And shuffled to the back of the field, Bees Terrific. It's a compact group as they hit three quarters in 127 and 1. 88 Fingers Louie trying to bottom out this field, but here comes Woodmere Gaelic emerging from the pocket, stepping in front of Saskabush Steve for the stretch drive. 88 Fingers Louie getting asked for more, still coming on the outside, Woodmere Gaelic. 88 Fingers Louie, Woodmere Gaelic. 88 Fingers Louie on the inside. In the middle of the track, Probert's Legacy. 88 Fingers Louie prevails over Probert's Legacy. Woodmere Gaelic third, 156 and 3. Unofficial results are now posted for race 1. 6-5 favorite, number 1, 88 Fingers Louie, the race winner for Ryan Guy. Second was actually 2, Woodmere Gaelic, finishing third, Probert's Legacy, the 3, and 4, Bees Terrific was fourth. Hold all tickets. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton Winners Circle, race 1 winner, number 1, 88 Fingers Louie. He's a 9-year-old bay gelding by Mach 3 out of St. Lad's Moxie, owned by Ryan Guy with Sharon Christie of South Mountain, Ontario, bred by Denarbin Stables of Thornhill, Ontario, trained and driven to victory by Flyin' Ryan Guy in 156 and 3. That's his first win of the season in his 6th seasonal start. Congratulations to the official winner of race 1, 88 Fingers Louie. 1, 88 Fingers Louie, returns $4.50 to win. The $2 exactor, 1-2, pays $22.30. The $1 try, 1-2-3, pays $23.95. And the $1 superfecta, 1-2-3-4, returns $71.15. The race 1 rundown is now posted. 6-5 favorite, number 1, 88 Fingers Louie, the race winner for Ryan Guy. 2, Woodmere Gaelic was second. 3, Probert's Legacy third. 4, Bees Terrific was fourth. 5, Saskabush Steve was fifth. And 6, Sunny Bow was sixth. From the top down, your program should read 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The fractions were 29 seconds to the opening quarter, 58 and 3 at the half, 127 and 1 to 3/4, 156 and 3. The winning mile by 88 Fingers Louie. It was a very close decision. More so for the place position, I thought, but also for win here. That's the 1, 88 Fingers Louie for Ryan Guy on the inside. Just ahead of Woodmere Gaelic, the 2 for catch driver Guy Gagnon, who's about a neck back in second. And then for Show on the outside, that's the 3, Probert's Legacy for Michel Legacy. Moving on to race 2. They'll be coming out for that post parade very soon. There's exactor, triactor, and superfactor wagering. It also kicks off the first pick 4 of the card. And there were 2 changes in race 2 affecting the same horse. The 4, Bad Apple, goes from driver Robert Shepard to Guy Gagnon and goes from Blind Bridle to Open. That's the 4, Bad Apple, in race 2, coming up next. The race 2 post parade is coming out on track now. These are pacers, non-winners of $15,000 or 2 races lifetime, also eligible. $20,000 claimers for non-winners of $20,000 lifetime. Non-winners of a race this year allowed $2,500. The purse is $6,200. One is 364, owned by Marcel Rozon, who also trains. Mike Healy is in the sulky. Two is Walk-Off Z-Tam, owned by Scott Miller, trained by Christina Miller, and driven by Joshua Miller. Currently 2 to 5 favorite. Number 3 is Betts Beach, owned by Gina Bragagnolo with trainer Yves Tessier, driven by Pascal Berube. Four is Bad Apple, owned by Leah Rose Laverne, trained by Benoit Ibert. Note the driver change from Robert Shepard to Guy Gagnon, and the bridle change, blind to open. Five is Friar Voltaire, owned by a numbered Canadian corporation with Lloyd Stone, Michael Horwood, and trainer Vic Putty, driven by Jimmy Gagnon. Completing the field from post 6, it's Century Jazz, owned by Gestion J.Y. Blay Incorporated, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. That's your field for race 2, exactor, triactor, and superfecta wagering. The early pick 4 also begins here. The favorite continues to be number 3, Betts Beach, now on your screens. He took back to near last at the start here last Sunday, made a first over move from 5th approaching the half and hunted down the leader, Century Jazz, along the back stretch and held him off down the stretch. Betts Beach is currently 1 to 2 favorite. He's 3 for 3 this year and took his 155-3 lifetime mark May 26th in his Rideau Carleton debut. I have a suggested early pick 4 ticket here. I'm going 3 deep with Betts Beach, but also using Century Jazz, who had 2 moves last start against Betts Beach, and also the 4, Bad Apple, the equipment change, the bridle change, and the driver change to Guy Gagnon. Something to be aware of here. He's 7 to 2 at the moment. I found there to be competitive fields in numerous races tonight. So going 3 deep in each and hoping that it's not straight favorites is my strategy here. The 20-cent pick 4 with 3 horses in each of the 4 races costs $16.20. If you are playing the pick 4, take note in race 3, the 2 Horizon Sealster has a driver change from Marie-Claude Auger to trainer Claude Cadieux. And in race 4, also part of the sequence, the 2 Aladdin goes from blinkers to open bridle. That's in race 4, part of the early pick 4 sequence of races. The starter has called the field for race 2. Last chance to get involved in the early pick 4. The Pacers are getting together behind the starting gate for race 2. They're the 1, 364 for Mike Healy. 2, walk-off Zedtam, Josh Miller. 3, Betts Beach, Pascal Berube. 4, Bad Apple for catch driver Guy Gagnon. 5, Friar Voltaire, Jimmy Gagnon. And 6, Century Jazz, Stéphane Pouliot. They are on the turn, approaching the start. They're on the backstretch. And they're off and pacing, leaving like a team. It's Friar Voltaire, Betts Beach, and walk-off Zedtam contesting the early lead. Surging to the front, Betts Beach for Berube is out there by 2 now. He's setting the pace in the first turn with walk-off Zedtam next closest, followed in third by fellow lever Friar Voltaire. And then it's further back to Guy Gagnon with Bad Apple. They went past the opening quarter in 28 and 1. 1-9 favorite, Betts Beach, doing the early work on the front end, leading by 3 over walk-off Zedtam. It's another 3 or 4 now. Back to third place, Friar Voltaire. A similar gap back to fourth, Bad Apple there. Following him, it's 364. And at the back of the field by a couple of lengths, Century Jazz, single file order to the half, 57 and 4. That clocking for Betts Beach, unchallenged since the start. And walk-off Zedtam is tightening up in the pocket. Here comes Bad Apple taking his shot at the leader for catch driver Guy Gagnon. He's third on the outside of walk-off Zedtam, matching strides with him. It's a gap of about 3. Back to fourth place, Friar Voltaire, gapping behind him at 364 and trailing to 3/4. Reached in 126 and 3 is Century Jazz at the back. Betts Beach is still prevailing on the front end as the momentary challenge of Bad Apple has gone in reverse. He's still on the front end, and trying to come at him now is Walk Off Zedtam, but the undefeated streak continues. Betts Beach, the best beach. He finishes ahead of Walk Off Zedtam and Bad Apple, 155 and 2. Unofficial results are posted for race 2 with 1-9 favorite. Number 3, Betts Beach, getting the win for Pascal Berube. Second, 2, Walk Off Zedtam. Third, the 4, Bad Apple. And fourth, 5, Friar Voltaire. Hold all tickets. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton Winners Circle, the official race 2 winner, number 3, Betts Beach. He's a 4-year-old big gelding by All Bets Off out of Blue Beach Girl, owned by Gina Bragagnolo and Yves Tessier of Trois-Rivières, Quebec, with Jean Allaire of Montreal, bred by Pierre Leclerc, Quebec, trained by Yves Tessier, and driven by Pascal Berube. That's a new lifetime mark, 155 and 2 for Betts Beach, who's 4 for 4 in 2024. Race 2 prices are now posted. 3, Betts Beach, returns $2.10 to win. The 3-2 exactor, $2 ticket. We'll cycle back to the $2 double 1-3 combination, pays $6.30. That $2 3-2 exactor pays $8.20. The $1 try 324 returns $14.20, and the $1 superfecta $29.30 for the 3245 $1 ticket. And the race 2 rundown is now posted. 1, 364, finished 6th. 2, Walk-Off Zedtam was second, 1-9 favorite. Number 3, Betts Beach, the race winner for Pascal Berube. 4, Bad Apple was third. 5, Friar Voltaire finished fourth. And 6, Century Jazz was fifth. From the top down, your program should read 6-2-1-3-4-5. The fractions for race 2 were 28 and 1 for the opening quarter, 57 and 4 to the half, 126 and 3 at 3/4, 155 and 2 for the mile, a new lifetime best for Betts Beach. Race 3 is coming up with Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 3 wagering. Note there is a driver change here on the 2 Horizon Sealster from Marie-Claude Auger to trainer Claude Cadieux, driving 2 Horizon Sealster. Current favorite at odds of 4-5 is the 4, the Wicked One. It's great to see everybody back at the picnic tables outside tonight. And we hope that you'll be able to bring your dad or granddad or father figure to the track on Sunday, June 16th for Father's Day. There's a brunch with dad promotion here at the track. Cafe Italiano and Mr. Lucky's, some very nice places to enjoy brunch with dad on Sunday, June 16th here at Rideau Carleton between 11 a.m. and 2:30 p.m. And be sure to stay for the races. Post Parade is coming on track for race 3. These pacers are non-winners of $3,000 lifetime. Non-winners of a race allowed $5,000. Allowances for mares, purse, $5,600. One is Wild and Crazy, owned by trainer Benoit Hébert with Elodie Hébert, driven by Robert Shepard. Two is Horizon Sealster, owned by Gestion J.Y. Blais Incorporated, trained and driven by Claude Cadieux. Three is D.A. Captain Obvious, owned, trained, and driven by Steve Germain. Four is current 4-5 favorite, The Wicked One, owned by Charles Daniel and Maxime Gaudreau, trained by Marc-André Simoneau, and driven by Pascal Berube. 5 is Battle of York, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. Seven is Watch a Strike's Fame, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation with Danielle Belisle and Donald Jobin, trained by Stéphane Pouliot and driven by Don Jobin. Six is Pull Your Own Strings, owned by Michael Horwood with trainer Victor Putty and driven by Jimmy Gagnon. Completing the field from post 8, it's Bitcoin Hanover, owned by trainer-driver Robbie Robinson with Paul Smythe. That's your field for race 3. The only change this race being the driver change on 2, Horizon Sealster. No Marie-Claude Auger. Trainer Claude Cadieux is in the sulky. If you're playing the pick 3 and you haven't already made note of it, there is a change in race 4. Equipment change on 2. Aladdin in race 4 from blinkers to open bridle. It's been non-stop favoritism so far for number 4, the Wicked One. He's dropping in from Hippodrome 3R, where he was first off the gate last Sunday and cut fractions under pressure from first over challenger Granite Beach. The Wicked One was stung late, and he was a beaten 6-5 favorite. He was racing on the half-mile tracks in the Maritimes and is now making his second start for trainer Marc-Andre Simoneau. Currently even money. That's the favorite, number 4, the Wicked One. Glenn Pearson and I, perhaps under the influence of our pregame show co-host, Robbie Robinson, we're inclined to like the 8, Bitcoin Hanover, who was briefly North America's fastest 2-year-old pacer of the early season with an impressive Rideau qualifier here last Sunday, 1:56.2. He gets a tougher outside post. He's currently 2-1. The starter has called the field. This is your last chance to wager on race 3. They're lining up for race 3, which kicks off a pick 3. 1 is Wild and Crazy for Robert Shepard. 2, Horizon Sealster for trainer-driver Claude Cadieux. 3, DA Captain Obvious, Steve Germain. 4, The Wicked One, Pascal Berube. 5, Battle of York, Stéphane Pouliot. 6, Pull Your Own Strings, Jimmy Gagnon. 7, Watch a Strike's Fame, Don Jobin. And 8, Bitcoin Hanover for Robbie Robinson. They're on the turn, approaching the backstretch and lined up for the start of race 3. And they're off and pacing, leaving well. DA Captain Obvious in the middle of the group, and he's battling early against the favorite. The Wicked One is sticking ahead in front as they wage war on the first turn. The Wicked One is actually going to settle back into third, avoiding that challenge as Bitcoin Hanover surges to the front from the furthest outpost for Robbie Robinson and leads the way to the opening quarter. 1:28 and 4. He's already got a 3-length advantage. Bitcoin Hanover out front, tightening up somewhat in second. DA Captain Obvious following from third, the Wicked One. It's a couple of lengths back to fourth, and that's Pull Your Own Strings, followed by Wild and Crazy and Horizon Sealster. Coming first over from the back of the pack as they hit the turn is Battle of York, and stepping out to follow that cover, Watch a Strike's Fame. They reach the halfway point, led by Bitcoin Hanover. 57 and 4 the clocking. He's keeping a length and a half, make that 2 lengths ahead of DA Captain Obvious. And here comes a first over challenge. Battle of York up alongside Bitcoin Hanover. They match strides now, contesting the lead. Third on the inside, DA Captain Obvious. Second over, fourth is the favorite, the Wicked One. It's a gap back to Wild and Crazy in fifth. And following him from sixth, Pull Your Own Strings. 1:28 and 2 to 3/4. Battle of York battling on, but the 2-year-old battling back. Bitcoin Hanover still hugging the pylons for Robbie Robinson and leading the way down the stretch. Here comes Berube asking the Wicked One to come after. Robbie Robinson with Bitcoin Hanover up the inside. It's DA Captain Obvious. They're not going to catch him. Bitcoin Hanover ahead of DA Captain Obvious and the Wicked One, 1:58 and 1. Unofficial results are now posted for race 3. Bitcoin Hanover ended up the favorite. He's the unofficial winner from post 8 for Robbie Robinson at odds of 1-2. Second, number 3, DA Captain Obvious. Third, 4, the Wicked One. And fourth was 5, Battle of York. Results remain unofficial. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton winners enclosure. It's race 3's unofficial winner, number 8, Bitcoin Hanover. He's a 2-year-old Bay Colt by Stay Hungry out of Bold and Brash, Hanover. Owned by Robbie Robinson with Paul Smythe of Metcalfe, Ontario. Bred by Hanover Shoe Farms, Hanover, Pennsylvania. Trained and driven to victory in his first career start by Rocket Robbie Robinson. Congratulations to Bitcoin Hanover, following up on a promising qualifier with a maiden-breaking victory in his first lifetime start. Many fans and connections with Bitcoin Hanover. Enjoying the win. Congratulations, Robbie. And race 3 is now official. Eight Bitcoin Hanover returns $3 to win. The $2 exactor, 8-3, returns $21.40. The $1 try, 834, pays $32.10. The $1 superfecta, 8345, pays $83.85. The race 3 rundown is now posted. 1, Wild and Crazy, finished 6th. 2, Horizon Sealster was 7th. 3, DA Captain Obvious, finished 2nd. 4, The Wicked One, finished 3rd. 5, Battle of York was 4th. 6, Pull Your Own Strings was 8th. 7, Watch a Strike's Fame, finished 5th. And from post 8, at odds of 1-2, favorite Bitcoin Hanover had a maiden-breaking victory for driver-trainer Robbie Robinson. From the top down, your program should read 672-348-51. The fractions were 28 and 4 to the opening quarter, 57 and 4 at the half, 128 and 2 to 3/4, 158 and 1. The first parimutuel victory for Bitcoin Hanover. Race 4 is coming up, the preferred handicap pace with exactor, triactor, and superfecta wagering, as well as the start of the second, pick 4 of the card. The only change is a bridle change on number 2, Aladdin, who goes from blinkers to open bridle. Current 1-9 favorite is number 5, the Light Speed. He's making his first appearance since May 19th when he had his third consecutive win and fastest of the season so far here at Rideau Carleton. Although the light speed is the well-known king of this division at this track, others have risen to the occasion in the past, including for Light the Torch, who got his first Rideau Preferred Handicap win here on May 26th with a field that did not contain the light speed. He pocketed up behind leader Aladdin and was loose late to equal his own lifetime mark of 153 and 4. I'm starting this pick 4, 3 deep in this field with the light speed, Light the Torch, and Robbie Robinson's selection on the pregame show, 3 Jet Rock, who's overdue, closed in field's fastest 27 and 3 in the latest edition of the Rideau Preferred Handicap, and he gets some post relief here. In race 5, that's an interesting one too. You'll see Canada's fastest pacing mare on a 5/8 mile track so far this season. The 2, Sauble Amber, taking on 3, Smiling Billy the Kid, who's been very reliable this season so far and looks like Pascal Berube's choice over rival Perpetual Rock in race 5. Race 4 is the Preferred Handicap Pace, racing for a purse of $10,000. Leading the post parade, 1 Shotgun Jerry, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. Two is Aladdin, owned by Guy Courbet, trained by Maxime Vellet, driven by Stéphane Brosseau. Note the bridle change on 2, Aladdin, from blinkers to open bridle. Three is Jet Rock, owned by Écurie CSL with Les Écuries d'Orléans, trained by Isabelle Darvaux and driven by Robert Shepard. Four is Light the Torch, owned by trainer Marc-André Simoneau with Jean Fontaine and driven by Pascal Berube. Completing this field from post 5 is 3-5 favorite, The Light Speed, owned by Michel Nollet, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. That's your race 4 field for the preferred handicap pace with exactor, triactor, and superfecta wagering. It also begins the middle pick 4. The Light Speed, for me, is hard to play against here. He returns to the Rideau Preferred Handicap after a short layoff. This is his first start since May 19th. It hasn't really mattered to him in the past. He won his first qualifier and start of the meet here this year, coming back from a short layoff. And in a field where he's assigned outside post 5, it's not too much of a difficulty to have that outside post. A popular 3-5 choice, The Light Speed, is going for a 7th win here. This is his 13th start of the season. He's got some company here who should pose a strong challenge. The 3, Jet Rock, is one of them. And the 4 is an emerging talent at this level, like the Torch. He's my second choice in this field. He did win the Rideau Preferred Handicap May 26th, but there was no Light Speed in that field. Sitting the pocket behind the 2, Aladdin and Loose Late. Glenn Pearson sees it the same way, the 5-4 exactor, the Light Speed over Light the Torch. And in the show spot, we both like Jet Rock, who gets post relief here. He's a strong closer who came home 3 wide in his most recent start at this level. In field's fastest time, 27-3. In fact, Glenn and I have an identical superfecta. That doesn't happen very often. We both like Aladdin for 4th. He was 4th as a beaten even money favorite in the May 26th preferred handicap here. He got swarmed in the stretch after leading through that mile. Still pacing a 1:53.4 individual mile. And getting an equipment change here. Blinkers to open, which can factor into performance. There's a scratch coming up in race 6 of the 8, Always Your Way. Vet scratch, lame. That's in race 6, the 8, Always Your Way. If you're playing this pick 4 sequence, take note in race 6, the 3, Lost in the Moment, has a bridle change, removing the can't see back and going to blinkers. The starter has called the preferred pacers. This is your last chance to get involved in the middle pick 4, the second of just 3 offered here tonight on the 10 race card. They're lining up now for the preferred handicap pace. From the inside out, it's Shotgun Jerry, Stéphane Pouliot driving. 2, Aladdin, Stéphane Brosseau. 3, Jet Rock, Robert Shepard. 4, Light the Torch, Pascal Berube. And 5, The Light Speed for Guy Gagnon. They're on the turn with Aladdin hanging back a little bit. They're on the backstretch, approaching the start. There, off and pacing and sprinting from the rail. That's Shotgun Jerry to take early command. Right to his outside is Aladdin. And then coming on, second over, advancing into third on the outside is Light the Torch. Back along the pylons in fourth, that's Jet Rock. And trailing this field for the moment is the Lightspeed. They reach the opening quarter, and it's somewhat unsettled up front. 28-1, the opening panel. Aladdin with Light the Torch matching strides to his outside. Sitting third, Shotgun Jerry. Fourth along the cones, that's Jet Rock. And second over now from last is the Lightspeed as they head into the turn. And we have a new leader as Light the Torch has cleared to the front, approaching the half. That's Light the Torch lighting the way and lighting up the timer. 56-2 to the half. Light the Torch, though, has a challenger to his outside, and it's the Lightspeed who surges ahead now. The Lightspeed, but Light the Torch making him work for it. And coming behind those two, second over in third is Jet Rock. Not out of it by any means. Fourth along the cones is Aladdin, and trailing is Shotgun Jerry. They're headed to three quarters, and a real duel up front. 124-3. The clocking to three quarters with Light the Torch fighting off the Lightspeed, who's to his outside in second. Winding up for Shepherd to come three wide down the stretch. Known closer Jet Rock. They're coming wide and up the cones. That's a late move from Aladdin as well. The Lightspeed is parting horses. Jet Rock versus the Lightspeed, and you could call it a jet speed finish. The Lightspeed gets there ahead of Jet Rock in 153-4. A very exciting finish that left me at a momentary loss for words as the Lightspeed is challenged by Jet Rock to his outside. Very close decision. Holding on for show. That's for Light the Torch in this 153-4 preferred handicap. Unofficial results are posted for race 4 with 1 to 5 favorite. 5, the Lightspeed, the race winner. Second, 3, Jet Rock. Third, 4, Light the Torch. And fourth, the 1, Shotgun Jerry. If you were to illustrate what horses for courses means, you could just put a picture of the Lightspeed. The Lightspeed, the winner, unofficial winner of race 4, is a 6-year-old bay gelding by Moonbeam out of Jema, owned by breeder Michel Nolette of Princeville, Quebec, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. And he's now the official winner of the Race 4 Preferred Handicap. That's his 7th win of 2024, his 13th start of the year. 153-4, the light speed. Prices are now posted. The light speed, number 5, pays $2.70 to win. The $2 exactor 5-3 combination pays $7.30. The $1 try 5-3-4 returns $6.75, and the $1 superfecta 5-3-4-1 pays $15.65. The race 4 rundown is now posted. 1, Shotgun Jerry finished 4th. 2, Aladdin was 5th. 3, Jet Rock was 2nd. 4, Light the Torch finished 3rd. And 1 to 5 favorite number 5, the Light Speed, the race winner for Guy Gagnon. From the top down, your program should read 4-5-2-3-1. The fractions were 28-1. To the opening quarter, 56-2 at the half, 124-3 to 3/4, 153-4 the winning mile for the Light Speed. On your screens, a very, very close finish between winner number 5, the Light Speed for Guy Gagnon on the inside, and fast closing number 3 on the outside. That's Jet Rock for Robert Shepard. And a clever comment on Twitter from Dante Sindori. The 4th race call would have been perfect if it was a dead heat. I agree. Moving on to race 5, but not before extending early Father's Day wishes to Dennis from family, friends, and everyone at Rideau Carleton. And we hope Dennis and everyone celebrating Father's Day or Father's Day with any father figure joins us here next Sunday, June 16th. Perfect place to take it all in together. Coming up in race 5, there's exactor, triactor, superfecta, and pick 3 wagering. No changes in race 5. It's a very competitive field, as the betting illustrates rather well at the moment. The co-favorites are 5-2. 1, Monty's Gone Marble for Stéphane Brosseau, and 4, Well Worth the Wait for Guy Gagnon. There's 3 others currently sitting at 7-2, including the 2, Sauble Amber, 3, Smiling Billy the Kid, who was 7-2. He's drifting up now. And the 6, I'm a Dude for Stéphane Pouliot. Post Parade is coming on track shortly for race 5. We'd like to thank those of you in California just joining us now for the Rideau Carleton broadcast. Good luck with your wagers. The race 5 pacers are coming out for the post parade. These are non-winners of $7,500 in their last 5 starts, or $1,250 per start in their last 10. Also eligible $25,000 claimers and mares. They race for a purse of $8,500. One is Monty's Gone Marble, owned by Jeff and April Murphy, trained by John McMillan, and driven by Stéphane Brosseau. The 8-5 favorite is now number 2, Sauble Amber, owned, trained, and driven by Michel Lagacé. Three is Smiling Billy the Kid, owned and trained by Benoit Hébert, driven by Pascal Berube. Four is Well Worth the Wait, owned by Catherine and Lawrence Scott, trained by Brian Scott, driven by Guy Gagnon. Five is Perpetual Rock, owned by Gina Bragagnolo, with trainer Yves Tessier, and driven by Ryan Guy. Six is I'm a Dude, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. Completing this field from post 7, Get Your License Liam, owned by Limco Incorporated, trained by Vic Putty, and driven by Jimmy Gagnon. That's the race 5 field. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 3 wagering here. No changes. We're looking at the current 2-1 favorite here in race 5. 2, Sauble Amber, the only mare. This is her first ever parimutuel start against male pacers. Her 4-race Rideau win streak is on the line. She's been facing tough mares, though. She was second over from last on the final turn here last Sunday, closed wide and drew away in the field's fastest last quarter, 28 flat. So far this season, she's held the distinction of being Canada's fastest female pacer on a 5/8 mile track with her 1:52.2 lifetime mark. She took that here on May 16th. Glenn Pearson also likes Sobble Amber on top of the ticket here. He's putting the 1, Monty's Gone Marble, second. I think Smiling Billy the Kid is a strong chance to win here. I also like Sobble Amber on top, but if there's a king to unseat the queen, it's 3, Smiling Billy the Kid, I think. I'd be more inclined to box the ticket, or even a 3-horse exactor box with the 1, Monty's Gone Marble, from the rail. To complete the superfecta, Glenn likes the 4, well worth the wait. And I'm looking to 5, Perpetual Rock. It's a competitive group here. 3, Smiling Billy the Kid, currently 2-1. Looks like Pascal Berube's choice over Perpetual Rock. The 5, Smiling Billy the Kid, went right past Monty's Gone Marble in deep stretch here last Sunday with a going-away win, and the field's fastest closing quarter of 28-3. As far as strong closers, though, it's hard to find any here who are more impressive than number 2, Sobble Amber, who remains the favorite at odds of 8-5. The starter has called the race 5 Pacers. Last chance to play the pick 3 that kicks off here. They're lining up. First behind the gate, Smiling Billy the Kid. From the inside out to the 1, Monty's Gone Marble, Stéphane Brosseau. 2, Sobble Amber, Michel Legasse. 3, Smiling Billy the Kid, Pascal Berube. 4, well worth the wait, Guy Gagnon. 5, Perpetual Rock, Ryan Guy. 6, I'm a Dude, Stéphane Pouliot. And 7, Get Your License Liam for Jimmy Gagnon. They're on the turn and quickly headed to the start for race 5. They're off and leaving like a team. It's Monty's Gone Marble from the inside and Smiling Billy the Kid to his outside. 3 wide early. Get Your License Liam is third, and to his inside sitting fourth, Sobble Amber. Then it's a gap back to 5th place where you'll find well worth the wait. They head to that opening quarter with Smiling Billy the Kid on the lead just ahead of Monty's Gone Marble and reaching that marker in 28 flat. Here comes Sobble Amber, not content to wait for the stretch drive. Michel Legasse asks, and Sobble Amber provides the speed that takes her to the front. Sitting second now, Smiling Billy the Kid. Third is Monty's Gone Marble. Single file fourth, Get Your License Liam. And following him is well worth the wait. At the back of the field, we've got others here still factored in. Trailing the field, I'm a Dude. Perpetual Rock sits second last to the half. 57 flat. Sobble Amber out there by 2 ahead of Smiling Billy the Kid. Third, but gapping is Monty's Gone Marble. Here's a first over move from Well Worth the Wait, who's matching strides with Monty's Gone Marble. He's out there in fourth, caught on the inside, lacking racing room. Fifth is Get Your License Liam. Second over and advancing, Perpetual Rock, and trying to get involved from the back of the field now is I'm a Dude. 3/4 reached in 1:25 and 3. Sobble Amber trying to take it all the way, and Smiling Billy the Kid is next close as he takes the run up the inside path. Sobble Amber trying to fend off Smiling Billy the Kid, and she does it. Sobble Amber victorious again. Second, Smiling Billy the Kid closing for show. Perpetual Rock 154 flat. Unofficial results are posted for race 5, 4-5 favorite number 2, Sobble Amber, the unofficial race winner for Michel Legasse. Second, 3, Smiling Billy the Kid. Third, 15-1 shot, number 5, Perpetual Rock. And fourth was 1, Monty's Gone Marble. Hold all tickets. Now returning to the Rideau Carleton winner's circle is race 5. Unofficial winner, number 2, Sobble Amber. She is a 5-year-old bay mare by Better Than Cheddar out of Ambrosia Sealster. Owned, trained, and driven by Michel Legasse of Terrebonne, Quebec. Bred by Sobble Hill Farms of Terra and Nassasito Racing Incorporated of Ayr, Ontario. That's Sobble Amber's 5th consecutive victory, and she beats the boys in her first parimutuel start against male pacers in 154 flat. Congratulations, Sobble Amber and Michel Legasse. Race 5 is now official. 2, Sobble Amber, returns $3.60 to win. The $2 exactor 2-3 combination pays $7.50. The early pick 4, the $1 ticket, 4 of 4 pays just $9.05 with some favorites in that 3-8-5-2 sequence. Tough to beat them tonight. The $1 triactor 235 pays $17.05, and the $1 superfecta 2351 returns $31.70. The race 5 rundown is now on your screens. 1, Monty's Gone Marble was 4th, 4-5 favorite. Number 2, Sobble Amber, the race winner for Michel Legasse. 3, Smiling Billy the Kid was 2nd. 4, Well Worth the Wait finished 5th. 5, Perpetual Rock was 3rd. 6, I'm a Dude was 6th. And 7, Get Your License Liam finished 7th. From the top down, your program should read 412 5367. The fractions were 28 flat to the opening quarter, 57 flat to the half, 125 and 3 at 3/4, 154 flat, the winning mile for Sobble Amber. On your screens, a close photo for 4th. Between 1, Monty's Gone Marble in the inside for Stéphane Brassot. And to his outside is the 4, Well Worth the Wait for Guy Gagnon. Monty's Gone Marble finished 4th, and Well Worth the Wait was 5th. We'd like to wish a happy 21st birthday to Simon from everyone here at Rideau Carleton Raceway. Hope you're enjoying your celebrations at the track. Race 6 is coming up, which kicks off the pick 5, the only pick 5 of the card. There are some changes that we'll tell you about shortly. The post parade is coming on track for race 6. Here comes the race 6 post parade. These paces are non-winners of $200 per start in their last 10 starts. Also eligible $8,500 claimers for non-winners of $2,500 in their last 5 starts. The purse, $5,200. One is Beach Roller, owned by trainer Gilbert Mercier and driven by Mike Healy. He's a 7-5 favorite at the moment. Three is Lost in the Moment, owned, trained, and driven by Michel Legasse. There's an equipment change on the 3, remove can't see back, and add blinkers. Two is Officer Jones, owned by Limco Incorporated, trained by Vic Putty and driven by Jimmy Gagnon. Four is Stock, owned by Ecurie Alpha with Yves Laprise, trained by Sylvain Tremblay, driven by Pascal Berube. Note that Stock races without Lasix tonight. Five is Ray's Credit, owned by Elizabeth Adam, trained by John McMillan, and driven by Robbie Robinson. Six is State News, owned by Robin Lawler, trained by Raymond Crick, and driven by Antonio Vecchio. Seven is John Snow, owned by Rachel Burns, trained and driven by Mike Armstrong. 8, Always Your Way is a vet scratch, lame. Completing this field from the trailing post 9 is NC Rockabye, owned by Michel Grenier, trained by Alain Martin, and driven by Robert Shepard. That's the field for race 6 with exactor, triactor, high 5, and pick 5 wagering. Beach Roller is the current 2-1 favorite. He was on the front end at a higher classification here on March 24th for his last victory. On Sunday, Beach Roller was second over from second last at 3/4 for Mike Healy and came home in the field's fastest closing quarter, 28-2. He ran out of racetrack. So Beach Roller, at odds of 9-5 at the moment, is a popular choice to avenge that loss. With only one pick 5 on the card, this is your only chance to play it. And this field will be headed behind the gate very shortly. Personally, I like the 9 here. That's NC Rockabye for Robert Shepard. It's a competitive group. The starter has called the field for race 6, that is, which kicks off the pick 5. They're lining up now. 1 is Beach Roller, Mike Healy. 2, Officer Jones, Jimmy Gagnon. 3, Lost in the Moment, Michel Legasse. 4, Stock, Pascal Berube. 5, Race Credit for Robbie Robinson. 6, State News, Antonio Vecchio. 7, John Snow, Mike Armstrong. 8 is Scratched. And from the trailing post 9, NC Rockabye for Robert Shepard. They're lined up and on the backstretch. And they're off and pacing, and through the center, Stock is leaving well. Also eager behind the gate and gaining ground early. John Snow from post 7 is coming after the early leader, Stock, who is out there by about 3 lengths. Third on the inside is Beach Roller, and he's fighting off that early first over move from John Snow as they circle to the opening quarter, led by Stock. He reaches that point in 28 flat. Oh, and a bad break, and that is Beach Roller, who drops out of contention, leaving Stock freewheeling by a good 8 lengths on the front end. Second, John Snow. Third on the inside, Lost in the Moment. Caught out there, coming first over from fourth now is State News. Back pacing, but at the back of the field and needing to do a lot of work to get involved again. Beach Roller after the break, 57-1, and Stock still leads by about 7 lengths over next best, John Snow. Then sitting third on the inside, Lost in the Moment. Parked fourth, first over is State News. Here comes a huge 3-wide move from NC Rockabye, who looks to circle State News. She's out there first over in second. They're still all far behind Stock, who leads the way on the final turn, 1:26-2. That was the 3/4 clocking for Stock. Parked first over, NC Rockabye is having to deal with State News, who is second right now. They head down the stretch, and Stock is taking stock of things all alone for Pascal Berube up front, and he's going to win easily here. Stock ahead of State News, getting up for show on the inside. Officer Jones ahead of NC Rockabye in 1:57 flat. Unofficial results are now posted for race 6. Coming back to the Rideau Carleton winner's circle for his first time this season and his first win anywhere this year is number 4, Stock. A 9-year-old bay gelding by Sports Writer out of Why Can't I Forget You. He's owned by Ecurie Alpha of Medebe Huon, Quebec, and Yves Laprise of Saint-Brigitte-du-Laval, Quebec. Stock is bred by Sotirios Anastasiopoulos of Quebec, trained by Sylvain Tremblay, driven to victory by the drummer Pascal Berube. 157-1 and a high 5. Stock in his first seasonal win for Pascal Berube. Congratulations. Second, 6, State News at odds of 30-1. Third, 2, Officer Jones. Fourth, 9, NC Rockabye. And fifth, in the high 5, is 5, Raise Credit. And results are now official. Stock returns $17.80 to win. The $2 exactor, 4-6, pays $460.50. The $1 try, 462, pays $594.35. And we have a 20-cent Super High 5 carryover, $1,796.18. The race 6 rundown is now posted. 4-5 favorite. Number 1, Beach Roller, finished 7th after the break. 2, Officer Jones was 3rd. 3, Lost in the Moment, 6th. At odds of 7-1, number 4, Stock gets his first win of the year for Pascal Berube. 5, Race Credit was 5th. 6, State News, 2nd. 7, John Snow finished 8th. The 8, Always Your Way, was a vet scratch. And 9, NC Rockabye was 4th. From the top down, your program should read 736-152, 8 scratch 4. The fractions were 28 to the opening quarter, 57 and 2 at the half, 126 and 2 to 3/4, 157 flat. Stock in his first 2024 victory. We're moving on to race 7, which kicks off another pick 4, last of the card. There's also exactor, triactor, and superfecta wagering here. The early favorite in race 7 is 2, Skylar, for Jimmy Gagnon. This one known for his late speed. He's had wins from outside posts, inside posts. None recently. He finished 3rd by 5 lengths on June 2nd, but he was dealing with a higher class that time, in my opinion, with Full Horse and Shotgun Jerry ahead of him that race. Neither of them is in this field. What we do have are a couple of horses who are very hard to read. One of them is the one, Springbridge Jim, reunited with Robert Shepard. His latest win was 2 starts ago here at a lower classification and with trainer Andrew Moore in the sulky. Springbridge Jim had 7 wins last year. He's a high-speed horse, but rather unpredictable. And for Repeal or Replace was a beaten favorite in his Rideau debut for trainer-driver Guy Gagnon on May 30th. He broke early and never got involved in the race, finishing distanced. He was a 1-2 favorite. Repeal or Replace is currently 9-2. The race 7 Pacers are on track for the post parade. These are non-winners of $40,000 lifetime, also eligible non-winners $6,000 in their last 5 starts, and $18,000 claimers. They race for a purse of $7,800. One is Springbridge Jim, owned by trainer Andrew Moore with Tommy Godfrey and driven by Robert Shepard. 2 is Skylar, owned by Limco Incorporated, trained by Vic Putty, driven by Jimmy Gagnon. Four is Repeal or Replace, owned by James Berry, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. Three is Rockin' Zeus, owned by Keith Castle, trained by Macy Castle Smythe, driven by Robbie Robinson. Five is Trion de Vie, owned by Eric Lafleur, who also trains. Stéphane Brosseau is in the sulky. Current 6-5 favorite from post 6 is Sports Activator, owned by Lee Cullen and Lloyd Howley, trained by Mike Armstrong and driven by Ryan Guy. That's your field for race 7. Exactor, Triactor, and Superfecta wagering. This is the final pick 4 of the card. We're taking a look at even money favorite number 6, Sports Activator. He's currently Canada's co-fastest 3-year-old pacing colt on both 5/8 mile and half-mile tracks this year. This is his Rideau homecoming after his May 31st Ontario Sire Stakes grassroots victory at Western Fair. He parked multiple challengers throughout that mile. Sports Activator, a popular choice right now from the outside post. I've got a suggested 20-cent pick 4 ticket here. It's been hard to beat the favorites, with the exception of Stock, who was a hard-to-figure winner in the last race. Here I am going with Sports Activator. I also think Trion de Vie has a chance to upset. He's 9-1 at the moment. And early favorite Skylar has significant late speed, so he's always one to consider, often at a price. I think Carson's Star Choice likely wins over the colt next race. If you'd like to single a horse, he's sure to be a popular favorite from the rail. 4 deep in race 9. What's in the Esky? Robbie Robinson's top selection there. I like He's Got a Vendetta on his Rideau return. Lancaster Bomber, a factor from post 5. And Alexandra from post 7 closed very strongly in her most recent. And then to complete the pick 4, Stay Thirsty de Vie from the trailing spot for Pascal Berube in race 10. Also using Jim's Big Thrill there. And Hurricane King Carlo. However you see it, this is your last chance to play it, because this field will be headed behind the gate very shortly. Getting a little guidance to go behind the gate. That's the 4, Repeal or Replace for Guy Gagnon. This one had a troubled trip, one could say. Last start, his Rideau debut, he did make a couple of breaks, and he's feisty again tonight. He's been turned, and he's first behind the gate now. They're lining up. Last chance to get involved in a pick 4 tonight here at Rideau Carleton Raceway. From the inside out, this field is 1, Springbridge Jim for Robert Shepard. 2, Skylar, Jimmy Gagnon. 3, Rockin' Zeus, Robbie Robinson. 4, Repeal or Replace, Guy Gagnon. 5, Trion de Vie, Stéphane Brosseau. And 6, Sports Activator for Ryan Guy. They're on the turn, approaching the backstretch. Lined up perfectly for the start. And they're off and pacing, and Repeal or Replace heads out to the early lead. Springbridge Jim also leaving, and he sits second on the inside. Advancing second over into third now is Sports Activator. Following him from fourth, Skylar, and then behind him, Rockin' Zeus. Trailing this field to the opening quarter, Trion de Vie, and they get there led by Repeal or Replace. 28 flat. He's on his best behavior tonight on the front end for Guy Gagnon. That's Repeal or Replace, who leads by 3 over Springbridge Jim. A couple of lengths behind him, third, Sports Activator. On the inside, fourth is Skylar, advancing first over from fifth, Rockin' Zeus. Still trailing Trion de Vie as they head around that second turn. Repeal or Replace. Oh, he's on a break. He's taken wide by Guy Gagnon. He's jumped it off. Repeal or Replace surrenders the lead to Springbridge Jim past the 57 flat half. That's Springbridge Jim out there by 2 ahead of Sports Activator. Parked first over third now is Rockin' Zeus. Along the cones, Skylar, and coming second over from the back of the field, Trion de Vie out of it after resetting following the break. Repeal or Replace. 3/4 reached in 1:25 and 3. Springbridge Jim and Robert Shepard yet to face a challenge. Sports Activator getting activated by Ryan Guy. Here they come down the stretch, and Sports Activator taking on Springbridge Jim, and he's breezing on past. Coming wide late is Skylar. He can't match strides with Sports Activator for flying Ryan Guy, finishing 2 lengths ahead of Skylar. Springbridge Jim held on for show, 1:54 and 2. Unofficial results for race 7 now posted, with 3 to 5 favorite. Number 6, Sports Activator, the race winner for Ryan Guy. Second, number 2, Skylar. Third, 1, Springbridge Jim. And fourth, 5, Trion de Vie. Hold all tickets. Returning to the Rideau Carleton Winners Enclosure, unofficial race 7 winner, number 6, Sports Activator. He's a 3-year-old bay colt by Sports Rider out of Town Jiffy, owned by Lee Cullen of Ottawa with Lloyd Howley of Cars, Ontario, bred by Lloyd Howley, trained by Mike Armstrong, driven to a 4th consecutive win, his 3rd win this year for Ryan Guy. Race 7 is now official. Congratulations to Sports Activator, a 1:54-2 winner. Race 7 is official. Six Sports Activator returns $3.20 to win. The $2 exactor 6-2 combination pays $9.40. The $1 pick 4 that ends here pays $86.90 for the 5-2-4-6 combination, and the pick 3 pays on 3 of 3, $58.75 for the sequence ending in race 7. The $1 triactor 621 pays $13.55, and the $1 superfecta $34.90 for the 6-2-1-5 ticket. The race 7 rundown is now posted. 1 Springbridge Jim was 3rd, 2 Skylar was 2nd, 3 Rock and Zeus finished 5th, 4 Repeal or Replace finished 6th after the breaks, 5 Trion de Vie was 4th, and the race winner from post 6, 3-5 favorite, Sports Activator for Ryan Guy. From the top down, your program should read 325-641. The fractions were 28 flat to the opening quarter, 57 seconds to the half, 125 and 3 at 3/4, 154 and 2, the winning mile for Sports Activator. Sports Activator's previous win was May 31st at the Raceway at Western Fair in the Ontario Sire Stakes Grassroots. It's the 50th anniversary of the Ontario Sire Stakes program, and we're going to welcome them here at Rideau Carleton Raceway a little later this month on Sunday, June 23rd. We have 3-year-old Gold male pacers and 3-year-old Gold pacing fillies coming here to Rideau Carleton. You'll want to mark that one on your calendar if you're able to attend. Next Sunday will be Father's Day, and no better place to take Dad to take in some dining and live harness racing than Rideau Carleton Raceway. You might want to consider reservations if you'd like to visit Cafe Italiano or Mr. Lucky's. The picnic tables are also a great spot if you've got the young ones with you at the races. Race 8 is coming up. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 3 wagering. The Super High 5 carryover tonight will be offered in race 10. $1,796.18. That's the carryover on the Super High 5 coming up in race 10 tonight. The Race 8 Post Parade is coming on track. These pacers are non-winners of $3,500 in their last 5 starts. Non-winners of a race this year allowed $750. Also eligible, $15,000 claimers, and they race for a purse of $6,800. One is current 3-2 favorite Carson Star Choice, owned by Écurie Guy Gagnon with Seth McLeod, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. Three is The Colt, owned by Don Lee with trainer Gord Lee, driven by Jimmy Gagnon. 4 is Mr. John, owned by trainer Alain Filion and driven by Pascal Berube. Five is De Chairman, owned by Sean Vino, trained by Emily Vino and driven by Robbie Robinson. Six is Dylan's Bank, who races without Lasix tonight. He's owned and trained by John McMillan and driven by Stéphane Brosseau. Now on track is 2, Jaden's Magic Steel, owned by Jamie Copley and Darren Tingley with Dwayne Tingley. Trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Robert Shepard. Seven is Stardog, owned, trained, and driven by Ryan Guy. And completing this field from post 8 is Stonebridge Hermes, who is owned, trained, and driven by Jacques Baudouin. That's the field. Exactor, triactor, superfecta, and pick 3 wagering here. We're taking a look at even money favorite, number 1, Carson Star Choice, who has been sensational since coming to Rideau Carleton. He returns to the Rideau rail. He had his lifetime best 153 flat win from that post for Guy Gagnon on May 26th. He circled early leader Mr. John to take command on the opening turn here Sunday, and had a front-end trip for another multi-length win. He is up in class, but deservedly so. He's currently even money. That's Carson Star Choice. Other contenders here, 3, the Colt. Looks like Jimmy Gagnon's choice over Mr. John. He was gapping 4th at the half here Sunday, got buried on the pylons on the final turn and was loose late. He couldn't catch Mockart in motion, but he was edged out for place. Glenn Pearson also likes Carson Star Choice on top, as I do. In the place spot, though, he's looking a little further out. He thinks Dylan's Bank is a possibility there, coming down the class ladder. I'm going with the Colt for second. For third, Glenn likes the 2, Jaden's Magic Steel. And I'm looking to Mr. John. He was a spot play for me in his most recent start here, June 2nd. Didn't quite get the job done. He couldn't beat Carson's Star Choice. He did edge out Woodmere Gaelic for the place spot. I do like Jaden's Magic Steel to complete my superfecta here. We're waiting for the horses to line up here for race 8. The starter has just called the field. Last chance to wager on race 8. They're lining up now in front of the grandstand, chasing the car for the start of race 8. They're the 1, Carson Star Choice, Guy Gagnon. 2, Jaden's Magic Steel, Robert Shepard. 3, the Colt, Jimmy Gagnon. 4, Mr. John, Pascal Berube. 5, De Chairman, Robbie Robinson. 6, Dylan's Bank, Stefan Barrasso. 7, Stardog, Ryan Guy. And 8, Stonebridge Hermes for Jacques Baudouin, who hangs back from the outside post as they approach the start. And they're off in the middle of the pack. The Colt is leaving well and surges out ahead of Jaden's Magic Steel. He's grabbing the lead, settling in front of Jaden's Magic Steel. Coming on from first over third now, Carson Star Choice doesn't want to wait. Guy Gagnon giving him marching orders. About 3 lengths behind Jaden's Magic Steel in fourth in the early going. It's Mr. John. Up front, 28-3 to the quarter. Carson Star Choice lands on the lead ahead of the Colt. Then it's back to Jaden's Magic Steel third. Tightening up fourth, Mr. John. In fifth, Dylan's Bank looks to the outside. Following him, Stardog along the cones. Then it's De Chairman, and at the back of the group is Stonebridge Hermes on the second turn. Coming after leader Carson Star Choice, advancing from fourth, first over, it's Dylan's Bank. The half was reached in 58-3, a 30-second breather for Carson Star Choice. Sitting the pocket, the Colt. Dylan's Bank moving up into second from first over. Following his cover into fourth on the outside is second over, Mr. John. Back in fifth with nowhere to go along the cones, Jaden's Magic Steel. And coming from the back of the field, third over, it's Stonebridge Hermes out there in sixth. Caught along the cones, Stardog at the back of the field. De Chairman tries to get involved from third over, 126-4. Carson Star Choice passes the three-quarter point, and it's just him against the clock as he's 5 lengths ahead of next best. The Colt coming on late, Jaden's Magic Steel and Mr. John, but it doesn't matter to Carson Star Choice. And Guy Gagnon, winners in 154-3. Unofficial race 8 results are now posted. 1-2 favorite, number 1, Carson Star Choice. The unofficial winner for Guy Gagnon. Second, 2, Jaden's Magic Steel. Third, 4, Mr. John. And fourth, 3, the Colt. Hold all tickets. parading back to the Rideau Carleton Winners Enclosure. It's unofficial race 8 winner number 1, Carson Star Choice. He's a 5-year-old bay gelding by Better Than Cheddar out of Carson's Lady Luck. Owned by Écurie Guy Gagnon Incorporated with Seth McLeod of Gatineau, Quebec. Bred by David Carson of Listowel, Ontario. Carson Star Choice is trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. That's his 5th win of the season and his 23rd start of the year. A 154-3 going away victory for Carson Star Choice, who remains undefeated since joining Guy Gagnon. Congratulations. That's Guy Gagnon's 2nd driving win of the night. Race 8 is now official. 1, Carson Star Choice returns $3.10 to win. The $2 exactor 1-2 combination pays $17.40. It's $25.25 for the $1 triactor 124, and the $1 superfecta 1243 returns $85.15. The race 8 rundown is now on your screen. Number 1, Carson Star Choice, the race winner for Guy Gagnon. 2, Jaden's Magic Steel was 2nd. 3, the Colt finished 4th. 4, Mr. John was 3rd. 5, De Chairman was 8th. 6, Dylan's Bank finished 5th. 7, Stardog was 7th. And 8, Stonebridge Hermes finished 6th. From the top down, your program should read 124-38576. The fractions were 28-3 to the opening quarter, 58-3 to the half, 126-4 at 3/4, 154-3, the winning mile for Carson Star Choice. A tight decision for show, as you can see on your screens. Jaden's Magic Steel, the 2, finished 2nd on the inside for Robert Shepard. 4, Mr. John on the outside for Pascal Berube, finished 3rd. And Finishing fourth between horses 3, the Colt for Jimmy Gagnon. They're just ahead of the 6, Dylan's Bank.
These are the top drivers at Rideau Carleton Raceway. Just a couple of races left on the card tonight, and a couple of notes to pass along. One claim has been entered in race 10 on number 1, Uber Hanover, by Jamie Copley for trainer Mandy Archer. That's one claim coming up in race 10. Also in race 10, there was a high five carryover of $1,796.18. The high five was not hit in race 6, won by Stock. So it carries over to race 10 tonight. Race 9 is coming up, Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and the start of the late double. The Pacers are coming out for the post-parade. Non-winners of $400 per start in their last 10 starts, or in 2023-24, with non-winners of a race this year allowed $100. The purse, $6,100. One is What's in the Esky, owned by Melanie Plourde, trained by Melanie Plourde, driven by Stéphane Pouliot. Two is Lochaber, owned by trainer Philippe Laframboise and driven by Guy Gagnon. Three is Giddy Up Max, owned by David Shea, trained by Vic Putty, driven by Pascal Berube. 4 is He's Got a Vendetta, who races without Lasix. He's owned by Elizabeth Adam and Aidan Keeley-Griffiths, trained by John McMillan and driven by Stéphane Brosseau. Five is Lancaster Bomber, owned by Scott Miller, trained by Christina Miller and driven by Jimmy Gagnon. Six is Hella's Rocket, owned by Alexis Zielke, trained and driven by Sebastian Turan. Seven is Alessandra, owned by Kim Filion, trained by Alain Filion, driven by Ryan Guy. Completing the field from post 8, it's Major Motion, owned by trainer Jennifer McBride and driven by Robert Shepard. That's your field for race 9, no changes. Exactor Triactor, Superfecta, and late daily double wagering. We're taking a look at current 3-2 favorite, Giddy Up Max. Giddy Up Max is making his second consecutive start for driver Pascal Berube. He gets both post and class relief here. He trailed throughout his start here on June 2nd, again at higher level when he had to start from post 8. That was still a very fast mile of 1:54 and 4 for Giddy Up Max. Conditions are more to his liking in race 9, where he's currently the 7-5 favorite. Glenn Pearson is putting Giddy Up Max on top of his tickets. He also likes the one What's in the Esky from the rail. And 4, He's Got a Vendetta, the homecoming horse who did so well here last year and the year before, now coming back after a disastrous trip April 30th at Miami Valley. He's been off for a while, but I'm going to give it a shot. He's my spot play. 4, He's Got a Vendetta. He's got the back class. He's a former Rideau preferred pacer. More successful below that level, of course, having to deal with the likes of the light speed. He's Got a Vendetta. Again, he got rough gated near the back of the field at Miami Valley April 30th. That was his last start, and this is his comeback for his previous successful connections, Stéphane Brosseau and John McMillan. He's Got a Vendetta had 8 wins here for them last year at Rideau Carleton, various classifications and trips. The 5 Lancaster Bomber is also a player. Jimmy Gagnon catch driving this one. He closed widest of all in the field's fastest last quarter, 28 and 4 on May 26th. And What's in the Esky gets the intriguing driver change. He had 3 wins last year, driven by Stéphane Pouliot at this track, racing on or near the front end, and he's at his lowest classification this year. Starter has called the field. Last chance to play the late double as the field is assembling for race 9. They're behind the gate. 1, What's in the Esky, Stéphane Pouliot. 2, Lockeberg, Guy Gagnon. 3, Giddy Up Max, Pascal Berube. 4, He's Got a Vendetta, Stéphane Brasseau. 5, Lancaster Bomber for Jimmy Gagnon. 6, Hella's Rocket, Sébastien Turenne. 7, Alessandra, Ryan Guy. And 8, Major Motion for Robert Shepard. They're rounding the turn to the backstretch for the start of race 9. And they're off-end pacing with speed from the rail from What's in the Esky, but he's getting challenged early by a fast-leaving Lancaster Bomber to his outside. That's Lancaster Bomber, who's landed on the lead ahead of What's in the Esky. Back in third in the early going is Alessandra. It looks like What's in the Esky wants to come after Lancaster Bomber first over, but he sits the pocket to a 27-3 opening panel with Lancaster Bomber leading the way for Jimmy Gagnon. Still second, What's in the Esky, 2 lengths back in third. Alessandra, a couple of lengths back and forth to Lockeber, who is followed by Major Motion. Then it's Giddy Up Max. Coming second over from the back of the field, He's Got a Vendetta trying to get involved, and Hella's Rocket trails as this group heads towards the half with nothing changing on the front end. Lancaster Bomber reaching that point in 57-2, a 29-4 second panel, and he's keeping a length and a half ahead of What's in the Esky. Moving on the outside now, Lockeber is advancing into third and caught on the inside in fourth, skimming pylons. Alessandra making a move second over, but gapping cover on the outside is He's Got a Vendetta. Behind him, Major Motion, and then it's further back. Trailing the field, Hella's Rocket, 1:26 1 3/4, and this field is still coming after Lancaster Bomber, who widens his lead. He's out there by 5. Lancaster Bomber is going to prevail by a wide margin, probably 7 lengths ahead of Alessandra, holding on for show. What's in the Esky, 1:54-4. Unofficial results are now posted for race 9. 5, Lancaster Bomber, 3-1 winner for Jimmy Gagnon. Second, at odds of 35-1, 7, Alessandra. Third, 1, What's in the Esky. And fourth was the 2, Lockeber. Hold all tickets. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton winner's circle. Unofficial race 9 winner, 5, Lancaster Bomber. He's a 6-year-old bay gelding by Captain Treacherous out of Pasta La Vista. owned by Scott Miller of Messina, New York, bred by Steve Jones, Montgomery, New York, trained by Christina Miller, and driven to his first 2024 victory by Jimmy Gagnon. That was his 5th start of the year, and the 1:54 and 4 mile is a seasonal best for Lancaster Bomber. Congratulations. Race 9 is now official. Five Lancaster Bomber returns $8.60 to win. The $2 exactor, 5-7, pays $119.40. The $1 try, 571, returns $224.60. And the $1 superfecta, 5712, returns $939.70. The race 9 rundown is now on your screens. 1, What's in the Esky, finished 3rd. 2, Lochaber was 4th. 9-5, Co-Favorite. 3, Giddy Up Max finished 5th. 4, Co-Favorite at 9-5. He's Got a Vendetta was 6th. 5, Lancaster Bomber, the race winner for Jimmy Gagnon. 6, Hellas Rocket was 8th. 7, Alessandra was 2nd, and 8, Major Motion finished 7th. From the top down, your program should read 3-4-5-6-1-8-2-7. The fractions were 27 and 3 to the opening quarter, 57 and 2 at the half, 126 and 1 to 3/4, 154 and 4 the winning mile for Lancaster Bomber. Race 10 is coming up. It's the last of the card, and there is a $1,796 high five carryover coming up in race 10. Also, one claim was entered on the 1, Uber Hanover, by Jamie Copley and trainer Mandy Archer. The price, $8,500. There was an interesting conversation I was noticing on Harness Racing Twitter tonight about the dominance of one driver at Rideau Carleton Raceway. Well, tonight we have a lot of winning drivers. Jimmy Gagnon with 1 win, Michel Legasse with 1 win. Robbie Robinson had a winner. There were 2 wins for Guy Gagnon, 2 for Pascal Berube, and 2 for Ryan Guy. It's a strong driving colony here at Rideau Carleton Raceway. And we do have the Quebec Eastern Ontario Regional Driving Champion of 2024, Stéphane Brosseau, on our roster, and runner-up, Robert Shepard, who will be representing this region in July at the National Driving Championships at Hippodrome 3R. The Race 10 Post Parade is now on track. These pacers are $8,500 claimers, racing for a purse of $5,200. One is Uber Hanover, owned by Nicole Corbin, trained by Yves Corbin, driven by Stéphane Brosseau, and 1 claim has been entered on Uber Hanover, who is currently the 8-5 favorite. 2 is Tahuya Brew, owned by Limco Incorporated, trained by Vic Putty, driven by Jimmy Gagnon. 3 is Western Phil, owned by Pascal Fleury, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. 4 is Rockin' My Dream, owned by Kristen Trudeau, trained by Stéphane Meyer, driven by Mike Healy. 5 is Keystone Doral, owned, trained, and driven by Jacques Baudouin. 6 is Hurricane King Carlo, owned by Michel Letarte, and Jamie Copley with Kimberly Eaton, trained by Mandy Archer and driven by Robert Shepard. 7 is Jim's Big Thrill, owned and trained by Brian Scott, driven by Ryan Guy. 8 is Delco Dynamo, owned by Alain Fillion, who also trains. Stéphane Pouliot is in the sulky. Completing the field from trailing post 9, it's Stay Thirsty de Vie, trained and owned by Marc-André Simoneau, who shares ownership with Catherine Savard and Maxime Desjardins. Pascal Berube is in the sulky. That's your field for race 10, last of the night, exactor and triactor wagering. Second leg of the late daily double, and the high five here comes with a carryover. It was not hit in race 6, $1,796, the high five carryover in race 10. We're looking at the current favorite, that's Uber Hanover, looking to go back-to-back for Stéphane Brosseau and trainer Yves Corbin. The claim has been entered on Uber Hanover, who already has 2 wins this season. This is his 10th seasonal start. He paced to a seasonal best 155 flat victory by open lengths over Beach Roller on June 2nd, and he's currently 2-1. We've got that super high 5 carryover mentioned here. We had a high-priced winner in the previous race to offer the high 5. So after Stock won that, and there were some other long shots involved there, State News among them, it carried over. So if you're playing the high 5 here, there's an added $796 to play for. Taking a look at the track handicapper selections here, Glenn Pearson agrees with the popular assessment of Uber Hanover, 9-5 favorite, and Glenn's favorite. He likes Delco Dynamo from post 8 for second, 25-1 odds. I'm going to the trailing post. I think Stay Thirsty to V has a very good chance here. He was caught between horses leaving Sunday. He was edged out late by the Amazing Sando and was a beaten even money favorite. He starts from the second tier, though. Last chance to play. They're approaching the start. The race 10 field is assembling. The 1 is Uber Hanover for Stéphane Brasseau. 2, Tahuya Brew, Jimmy Gagnon. 3, Western Phil, Guy Gagnon. 4, Rockin' My Dream, Mike Healy. 5, Keystone Doral, Jacques Baudouin. 6, Hurricane King Carlo, Robert Shepard. 7, Jim's Big Thrill, Ryan Guy. 8, Delco Dynamo. And from the trailing post, 9, Stay Thirsty to V for Pascal Berube. They're on the backstretch. And they're off-end pacing and moving well early. Western Phil is striding out between horses. To his outside, Rockin' My Dream is coming on. And also showing some early speed from the rail is Uber Hanover, settling behind them into 4th after an early first over move. Hurricane King Carlo takes back, and they head around that opening turn in front of the grandstand. The first time, 28 flat to that first panel. Rockin' My Dream on the engine for Mike Healy, and close up in second, Western Phil. Following third, Uber Hanover. Single file 4th is Hurricane King Carlo. Coming first over from 5th is Stay Thirsty DeV, caught inside with nowhere to go right now. That's Jimmy Gagnon with Tahuya Brew. They're approaching the half, and the leader is comfortable there. Rockin' My Dream reaching that point in 58-3. He's shadowed by Western Phil from the pocket. Coming closer from third, Uber Hanover, but passing him on the outside now. Moving into first over third is Hurricane King Carlo, and further back, chasing that cover. Now we've got Uber Hanover out and moving second over. Gapping 5th along the cones is Tahuya Brew. Also coming wide from the back of the field now, Jim's Big Thrill. They're approaching 3/4. Rockin' My Dream still has control of the front end. 1:27-2. And Rockin' My Dream trying to rock his way to the wire, but Hurricane King Carlo is coming on to his outside. Up the inside, Western Phil. It's between these 3. Hurricane King Carlo pulls ahead of Western Phil and Rockin' My Dream in 1:57-2. Unofficial results. We'll have to double check that. Race 10 unofficial results are now posted with 6 Hurricane King Carlo, the unofficial winner at odds of 7-1 for Robert Shepard. Second, 3 Western Phil. Third, 4 Rockin' My Dream. Fourth, 1 Uber Hanover, the beaten 7-5 favorite. Completing the high 5, the 7 Jim's Big Thrill. Hold all tickets. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle, unofficial race 10 winner, number 6 Hurricane King Carlo. He's an 8-year-old bay gelding by Art Speak out of All-American Celeb, owned by Michel Letarte of Quebec with Jamie Copley and Kimberly Eaton of Ontario. Bred by Hanover Shoe Farms Incorporated of Pennsylvania, trained by Mandy Archer. And the first winning drive of the night for Robert Shepard. Race 10 is now official. Six Hurricane King Carlo returns $16.70 to win. The $2.63 exactor pays $80. The $1 pick 4 that ends here pays $113.05 for 4 of 4. 6156 is the combination. The $1 pick 3, $57.51. The 20-cent pick 5 returns $116.60 for the 46156 combination. And the 20-cent super high 5 pays out here on 63417, returning $1,146.61. The $1 triactor 634 combination pays $331.05, and the $2 late double 5-6 returns $82.05. The race 10 rundown is now posted. Beaten 7-5 favorite number 1 Uber Hanover finished 4th. 2 Tahuya Brew was 6th. 3 Western Phil 2nd. 4 Rockin' My Dream 3rd. 5 Keystone Doral was 8th. 6 was race winner Hurricane King Carlo finishing 1st for Robert Shepard. 7 Jim's Big Thrill was 5th. 8 Delco Dynamo finished 9th. And 9 Stay Thirsty DeVee was 7th. From the top down, your program should read 462-381-597. The fractions were 28 flat to the opening quarter, 58 and 3 to the half, 127 and 2 at 3/4, and 157 and 2, the winning mile for Hurricane King Carlo. That concludes our card this Sunday night. Thanks very much to all the players who joined us on track, online, at the OTB. We hope you'll be back again this coming Thursday at the track, 4 p.m. post time, for live racing in the nation's capital on Thursday afternoons. And if you're coming for Father's Day next Sunday, June 16th, you might want to make some reservations. Plan ahead for that as well. Thanks to everyone, again, who joined us tonight. Handle was $240,814. Have a good week. Catch you Thursday. I'm Melissa Keith, track announcer.